Okay, hello chat. Sorry about the silence. If you're just joining, this is gonna be probably a little bit boring, but I'm gonna try to make it as entertaining as I can. The premise of this, basically, is we're doing this without time warp. We're going to try to land on the moon and come back in real time. So, hopefully we can do this pretty well. So just stay tuned. If you have any questions, feel free to say it in chat. So we're going to start our circularization burn here. No, I have used this craft before to do this exact same thing. I know it's capable, so it should be pretty easy. I don't think we'll have a very tough time at all. And there we go. We should be in a relatively even orbit. Not quite, but that's good enough. So let's see. Where's the one? Let's see if I can see it here. Okay, it's over there. So I'm just going to set up a maneuver here. See if I can't get a decent one. We're not going to bother with the free return trajectory. I'm not too worried about it. Although I do want to check my inclination first. 0.2. That's negligible. I think we can handle that, no problem. Okay, so we want a nice close orbit. Right about there. Okay. Oops. I meant to exit out of that, but I guess I did not. Alrighty, there we go. That should be nice and tight orbit. Now we're exited out of there. So now we just wait about half an hour till we get to our maneuver. Like I said earlier, it's probably going to be kind of boring. I'll try to make it as entertaining as I can. I'm just going to do a quick save here. I suppose I could do this now. It should maintain its heading here. I'm not too worried. We'll decouple that, get this thing turned around. Okay, we're moving away from the target. turn ourselves around. Try not to bump into it. Okay, there we go. Just do a nice little translation here. Nudge ourselves forward. So just to reiterate, what we're doing here is going to attempt a Mon landing and return in real time. So we're not using time warp at all. There we go. We're docked. Very good. We're just going to control from here for now. Make sure we're facing the right way. So we don't have any solar panels. I actually have fuel cells, and they are connected here. I just put them down here, but I can run them. They'll generate power. I'm not too worried about power. They won't run out very quickly. I also have solar panels on here. This is a sandbox save, so I'm not worried about science or anything. We're just doing this as a challenge. Going IVA here, get a good look at the planet. I just noticed that this is yellow, which means it's slightly slower than real time, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's probably pretty close. But otherwise, I'm not terribly worried. And yes, this is on console. I'm not sure how many of you watching play on console. I'm actually pretty excited for the update. We're supposed to be getting an update here soon that's going to put us up to 1.5, I believe, and also give us most of the DLC. So that's going to be pretty exciting. I can't wait to try that out. Come over here, change this up a little bit. do work. Yeah, and I have tried this once before, as I said earlier. Um, so I'm not terribly worried. We may not have enough fuel in this stage, but this stage will be fine. I do have an antenna over here. For those of you who are still watching, thank you. If you want to take some time to get some snacks, maybe take a bathroom break, get a drink, you know, you've got 20 minutes, so you should be fine. Again, if you're just joining in, this is just an attempt at landing on the moon and coming back in real time. So we're not using time warp, physical or otherwise. This is all going to be real time. So it may be a bit slow, but I'll try to keep it entertaining if I can. I have done a mission like this before, obviously with time warp. I don't expect any difficulties, but we'll see what happens. No, there is only room for one passenger on the lander, so we'll just send Bob. He's the scientist. He'll go pilot it down to the surface. He should be okay. He's done it before. I do want to see, though, where are we going to land? Oops. I already have that set up. I don't need it. Because I do, in fact, already have a landing site over here by one of the big craters, and I have a probe there as well. So I figured we could probably land in one of the smaller craters or flatlands or something like that. If you guys have any suggestions in chat, go ahead and, let me know. I'm taking suggestions, whatever you'd like to see. I'm actually going to face radial out, so I can get one of these solar panels generating some power. Just so we're not going solely off of electric charge for too long, since we are going on to the night side. I'd rather have some power generation. I could activate the fuel cells. I don't quite feel like doing that though. Try getting both of these actually. Barely, just barely generating power. We are about 10 minutes away from our next maneuver. C4 bars in chat. Hi C4, how are you doing? Are you enjoying the stream so far? I've gone ahead and turned the lights off. They're draining power. They'll just have to sit in the dark for a while until we get to our maneuver. Oh, well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Is there anything you'd like to see specifically? You know, would you like us to land somewhere specific? You know, that kind of thing. And if you're just joining us, we are doing a Mun landing and return in real time. No time warp. Just patiently waiting until we get to our next maneuver. So yeah, should be pretty fun. It's going okay so far. No serious mess ups, if any. That could change, potentially. It's always tricky business landing on another celestial body, so. The Mun Arch, huh? Is that going under the Mun Arch or landing on the Mun Arch? Because there's a difference. I don't know where the Mun Arch is. I think I have a rough idea. I've never actually been to the Mun Arch. So that would be a challenge for sure. Um, would you guys like me to be able to revert flights or no? Because currently I can revert flights if something goes wrong, but if you'd rather have a little more of a challenge and not have me revert flight, I can do that. Just do a quick save there. Okay, fly by it. Alright, I mean, I could try it. I don't know where it is. Um, I'm sure I could look it up. Probably not that hard. I've never been to it, but I suppose it would be worth a shot. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure it's near one of the craters. I just don't remember which one. Land by it. Okay. Yeah, I can try that. It may take a couple attempts. Maybe not. I've landed on the Mun plenty of times. I just need to find the arch. I don't quite remember where it is. I guess I could try to find it with this thing. Maybe not. We are about 6 minutes away from our next burn, and we have a burn of about 56 seconds, give or take. I don't believe there's going to be enough fuel in this transfer stage here. But that's okay, we'll just use fuel from the command module. That'll be fine. And then once we're in orbit around the Mun, I imagine I can probably try to find that Mun arch, and we will land by it. I'm sorry it's so dark. I know it's really dark. I don't think I can change the brightness. Can I change the brightness? I don't think so. No, I can't change the brightness, unfortunately. Question for chat. Which spaceflight mission is your favorite and why? I think my personal favorite would be Apollo 11. I know that's probably kind of cliche, but it's very inspiring to think about first humans to step foot on the moon, you know. Just, it's an amazing accomplishment, and it's really sad that we haven't been back there since the 1970s. about 4 minutes away from our maneuver. So far, so good. Make sure we're controlling from here so I can make sure it's facing the right direction. Yep. Okay, we're getting pretty close to burn time, so I'm going to go ahead and point ourselves to the maneuver. And once we get to about 28 seconds left to the node, we'll start burning full throttle. Maybe a little bit more, because we have to compensate for the decoupling and the changing direction, because we'll have to transfer control to here. So I figure we'll probably burn about 40 seconds. The arch is in one of the craters. Yeah, I know it's in one of the craters. I don't remember which one. I think it's one of the big ones. I want to say it's by this crater here. That looks familiar to me. Could also be this one, but I think it's this one here. Start our burn. If we're a little bit off, that'll be okay. I can compensate. There shouldn't be too much issue. We may have enough fuel in this stage. I don't think so. Last time I did it, there wasn't enough. I haven't calculated any of the delta V for any of this, so I'm kind of just winging it, but why bother doing the math when you can just wing it? We may actually have enough fuel here. I don't think so, though. Maybe. No. Not quite, but that's alright. We'll just keep going to the next stage. So we're going to control. Try not to smack into everything. Fortunately, that did give us some power back. Just continue running. We may have to compensate a little bit radially. I'm not too worried though. There we go. Oh my god. That's going nuts. That's fine. Nothing too serious. It's gonna take about... oh god. It's telling me it's gonna be a day. That's gonna take way too long in real time. But I did say real time, so that's what we're gonna do. Is real time. Fortunately, we're coming back out to the day side. Oh, it looks like we've got a bit of an eclipse. That's okay. Let's actually point retrograde. We'll get the most out of these solar panels on this thing. I don't feel like doing the fuel cells right now. Oh, it's being blocked. Okay, we'll point radial then. Yeah, well, GG. Yeah, GG. I don't know if this is this considered an F moment or no, because it's gonna take over a day to get there. Okay, chat. This is where we need to discuss a few things. Would it be acceptable for me to time warp so we have a manageable time? Because I don't think anybody's gonna sit here for a whole day and 10 minutes just to wait for me to get to the mun. Maybe time warp forward to like 45 minutes. I don't know. Yeah, the mun is blocking our solar panels here. It's alright though. Okay, C4 says yes, it's okay to time warp to a manageable time. Okay. So what I'll do then, I want to see how long is it going to take me to get here, just about to the halfway point. Because if I time warp to the halfway point, for the love of God, okay. Alright, it'll take about an hour and 30 minutes to get to this halfway point here. I think that would be okay. That doesn't seem too bad. If you guys want to sit here for an hour and a half, that's fine by me. We can do that. That'll be okay. Because, well, no, maybe not, because it's still going to take a while. Maybe up to here. 2 hours. I think that'd be fine. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We get another mun encounter in 63 days. Equestrian Space says His favorite mission would be the Apollo Soyuz because it's a milestone to space exploration and it was necessary if we intend to make ourselves a space species. I can agree with that. Um, I think Apollo Soyuz was also good for uh, unity. It brought together um, two enemies during a time of incredible uncertainty. And if that's not really poetic, I don't know what else, you know, is. I don't know what is. It's just incredibly poetic. Um, okay. I think for the sake of making this easier on everybody who's watching, I'm just gonna time warp ahead by like 2 hours. Um, keep in mind that a Kerbin day is like 6 hours. Um, but you know, let's be honest, it's a very long time. I think chat should vote. What should we do, chat? Should we just wait it out, or do we time warp ahead a little bit to a little bit of a better time, so we're not waiting as long? If you're just joining us now, um, we're about 40 minutes in. Um, we are doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, we're going to the Mun, landing on the surface, and coming back in real time. No time warp, just patiently sitting and waiting. You're gonna do a Mun mission. Might take the same time. Well, if you plan it the same way, you might get a decent um, trip. Because it's only a 1 day trip for me. Usually it's like a 3 day trip in real life. Because if I remember correctly, the real life Apollo missions were about 6 days, I think. 3 days there, 3 days back. Oh, and if you look right there, you can actually see the Space Center out the window. Hold on, let's see if I can get a good view. I have to rotate here. Where's Kerbin? There we go. Let me just turn off what we had. I'm just gonna maneuver us. There we go. I'll zoom in as well. We can see the Space Center from here. Right there. That small little speck. That's the Space Center. It's absolutely amazing that you can see it from up here. And right there, I think, is my space station. Nope, that's just debris. We'll just ignore that. Oh, my space station's on the other side of the planet. Okay. Cells radio in so that we can get some power generation from these solar panels. Not much. It's still blocked by the Mon. The very place we're going is devoiding us of the necessary power we need to get there. I'm not too worried though, we have plenty of power. If you're just joining us, we're doing a real-time Mon landing and return, as the title says. In other words, we're going to the Mon, landing, and coming back, all in real time. No time warp. Just patiently sitting and waiting. It's a bit excruciating, but you know, it's a challenge. Let's actually extend this. I don't need it, but we'll extend it anyway. I asked chat earlier, if for the sake of making it easy on everybody else, if you would like me to time warp ahead just a couple of hours, because it would take a while to get there. We have a day, but you know, keep in mind that a Kerbin day is only 6 hours, so it wouldn't be terribly long, but you know. Actually, let's see. Once we get past this 1 minute here, is it gonna say? It should say like 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Okay, C4 says go ahead. Go ahead and time warp. We may do just that, just to speed it up a little bit. What's this gonna say down here, though? Node and T. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna say 5 hours, 59 minutes. Hopefully. One day, 0 hours, 0 minutes. You're taunting me. I think the worst idea would be to do an Elu mission in real time. That would take forever. You'd have to have some serious time on your hands for that. You have to have some serious patience for that. Oh my god. I think if this says 5 hours, we're just gonna time warp ahead a little bit, like a couple hours in game, to about the halfway point. Okay, there we go. 5 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Now, I don't know about you guys. I'm not sure I'd want to sit for that long. Then again, I did say, no time warp. Um, who knows? Maybe, maybe not. May not be a bad idea. Open this up, see what we got in here. Just a couple batteries, some fuel cells, and some monopropellant. I'm thinking we just warp ahead a couple hours in game. Make it a little easier on everybody. You're not missing out on much if we do. If there's no objections, I think I'll go ahead and do that. It's just a couple hours. Here we go. Okay, so as you can see, we only killed off like a couple hours. But I think that's a good idea. Otherwise, we'd just be sitting here forever. I think um I think we can turn on some lights. Yep. We can turn on the lights now. They don't have to sit in darkness. Alright, another question for chat. If you're doing an interplanetary mission, do you prefer nuclear engines or conventional engines, and why? SSTOs or regular rockets? That's a good question. Um, Personally, I actually prefer regular rockets. They're just so much more straightforward and less complicated. I've never been much for aircraft or you know stuff like that. Um, but I can understand the desire for something that efficient and that reusable. Because obviously, if you have an SSTO, you have incredible efficiency, and more likely than not, most of the time, it's probably reusable. But I don't know. There's just something so much more simple about rockets. I've actually calculated by hand delta V for some of my rockets. Once you figure it out, it's not terribly hard. Obviously, it's not as nice as Kerbal Engineer or anything like that, but it's still good. And if you're just joining us, we are doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, we're going to the Mun, landing, and coming back without using time warp. So it's all just big, big amount of waiting and being patient. How much are we getting? 0.9. Okay, not too bad. Enough to keep us going. question for chat. Here we go again. What got you into Kerbal Space Program? What, what, you know, what made you think, I want to play that? Equestrian Space says, in KSP, I would prefer conventional chemical rockets, but in reality, the nuclear thermal engines, in theory, could launch payloads as much as 3 times heavier than a chemical rocket. To answer my recent question, what got me into KSP, actually what got me pretty much into my entire affinity with space and everything related to space was our Lord and Savior Scott Manley. Oddly enough, I watched so many of his videos. Matt Lown, Danny, Hazardish, all the, it sure wouldn't be nice to have a nuclear reactor on your back. No, I wouldn't think so. I would definitely not prefer to have a giant nuclear reactor strapped to the back of a bunch of explosives. We are going a nice, comfortable 557 meters per second. That's pretty fast, I guess. I suppose if we really wanted to, we could just aim at the moon, go very fast, and get there in a heartbeat. But, you know, we'd have to bleed off all that speed, obviously, and that would be not very fun, actually. Not very fun at all. Oh, you saw Nerd Cube play. Yeah, I think I saw one of his, oh well, maybe more than one. I also watched Jacksepticeye play it like a while ago, a very long time ago. And that kind of got me into it as well. It at least introduced it to me, and I was like, oh, that seems kind of cool. And then after a while, I eventually completely got into it and pretty much obsessed with it. If you need to take a bathroom break, get a snack or something, you got some time. You won't miss out on very much if you do. I suppose we could maybe. No, I think once is enough. I think we'll just do it once and we'll wait out the rest. As excruciating as it might be. I picked a relatively bad time for doing a 3+ hour potentially stream. It's gonna take a very long time. But it's alright. We'll get through it. let's have Bill get back out. Bill can go back on EVA real quick. Do some fun stuff. I'll just float away real quick. There we go. Okay, chat. Here's another question for you. Who's your most favorite real-life astronaut? They could be, anybody from NASA, Canadian Space Agency, Roscosmos, yada yada. Who's your favorite real-life astronaut? Equestrian Space says, I was looking for space-related stuff on YouTube and discovered Scott Manley and Matt Lown. I kinda like the more calm games, so KSP got me instantly. Yeah, I can see that. It's a pretty... well... it's relatively... a relaxed pace, unless you, are doing really intense stuff. But, yeah. I like Matt Lown too. He's pretty good. I like the Blunderbird series. Okay, I'll have Bill get back on board. I'm sure he's had enough of space. No, I don't think one could ever get enough of space. favorite real life astronaut. I think mine is Chris Hadfield. Um, he seems like a really awesome guy, and I like how he gets in touch. I like how he interacts with the community. You know, he's not, you know, I mean, he's a great dude, but he's also really down to earth, ironically. Um, I actually really enjoy his cover of Space Oddity, and also ISS is somebody singing with the bare naked ladies. That's also very good. Also the mustache. He's got a freaking amazing mustache. If you guys want, I could probably show you my space station while we've got the time. Right over here. It's bit laggy. There's a lot of parts. Well, there's not a lot of parts, but you know, it's console. It can't handle that many parts. Let's be honest. Still good though. Equestrian Space. Yeah, Chris Hadfield is my favorite too. It's simply too good. Made a video with the Mythbusters and went to Comic-Con with Adam Savage on incognito mode. Pretty cool dude. Yeah, I think Chris Hadfield is the iconic astronaut of our decade. Not even our, well, yeah, I guess our decade. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where the monarch is, because C4 said to land by the monarch, which I plan on doing now. I want to say it's over by this crater. I don't remember off the top of my head. I've never actually been to the monarch, so it's you know, it's kind of hard for me to figure out where it is. I want to say it's by this crater here, somewhere over here. I'm pretty sure. So that's where we'll aim for that. I think it's somewhere over here, so we might actually change our inclination here. Somewhere up ahead in like, not 4 minutes, but somewhere. See if we can't get over it. Because it may take a little bit, a couple tries to get it, but we'll see. So yeah, the monarch I think is right about there. We'd have to get our orbit kind of close. Get that radial burn. Yeah, it's somewhere over there, I think. Which, if we change our inclination in like 20 minutes, we might be able to get it. Possibly. We'd have to come pretty close. Well, not quite. We do have a lander for a reason. Although it's going to take quite a bit of Delta V. Which I have. I'm not worried about Delta V. The question is, do I want to change the inclination here so we can match right there and see if the monarch is over here, or do we want to wait? What do we do, chat? I think this is a vote for you. Change inclination now, or just wait till we get there? Not much, C4. Just asked about favorite real life astronaut. And I'm trying to see if we want to change inclination here in 20 minutes so we can get it like this and see if the monarch is over this way, or if we just wait until we get there. if you're new in chat, we are currently doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, we're landing on the Mun, coming back in real time. No time warp, just patiently waiting. So far we're not actually 3 hours in. We time warped ahead like a couple of hours just to make it a little quicker. Chat said it was okay, so that's what we did. Currently, we're trying to figure out if we want to change our inclination in like 15 minutes so we can try to match up with the Mun Arch, because I'm pretty sure it's somewhere in this area. I could be wrong. But we're trying to land by the Mun Arch. Maybe we could read through the Chaospedia here. Get a nice look at all the different things. Construction interface. Now that's one hell of a craft right there. That's not gonna go very far. But I guess if you need that much monopropellant, okay. There's something I've seen. Since what? Oh, okay. Editor, huh? I've never seen that before. Map interface. There we go. Controls. Oh, see, there's a nice cockpit right there. That's something I can never seem to do, is build a functioning shuttle. I've gotten it a couple times, but well, kind of. It works, but not very well. Okay. Locations. Celestial bodies. Look at all those. Some facilities. Easter eggs. Okay, well there's the Mun Arch right there. Let's try to we should try to recreate that picture. Equestrian Space says, I think the best is to make the burn in a few minutes, saved up to be for later, and see the fuel burning through Kerbal's atmosphere, contaminating the ozone layer and that stuff. Yes, we're going to contaminate Kerbal's atmosphere with toxic fuel oxidizer. and monopropellant. And whatever chemicals are in the fuel cells and whatnot. Perfect idea. So, well, I guess in that case, maybe you're right. Maybe it would be better to make the burn in a few minutes so we can do this. I'm not gonna have it so close. That's a little bit too close for comfort. Plus, we can get closer with the lander. Just make a couple changes here. Because I really don't remember where it is. Okay. Oh no. Radio out. There we go. I think 24,000 is fine. That should be perfect. Because we can just lower with the lander. Okay, so we have like an 11-second burn. We should have plenty of delta V. I'm not terribly worried. I've done this before. Although on the last time I did it, I didn't have the fuel cells in here. They weren't actually connected to the fuel tank. They were instead connected to the monopropellant tank. These are connected to the fuel tank. They're just kind of offsetted in here. So I tried activating them, and they wouldn't generate any power. So I had to keep these running on the lander for power for this. And I also wasn't smart enough to use these solar panels, I guess. I just decided to screw it and do whatever. But I've got decent power generation from these solar panels here. So they'll last us. If you're just now joining us, I'd like to welcome you to the stream. We are doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, we're going to the Mun, landing, and coming back in real time without time warp. I've time warped once. I had a couple hours just to make it easier. Of course, I asked chat. Chat said it was okay. If chat says it's okay, then it's okay. Most likely, I won't time warp again, and we're actually making a burn in 8 minutes to change our inclination so that we can try to find the Mun Arch and land by it. So I kind of just butchered that maneuver. It was not how I actually wanted it. I didn't notice until just now that it was not actually what I wanted. So yeah, that's a problem. Unless I try something else. Well, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot. I don't want to use too much Delta V, but we'll give it a shot here. Equestrian Space says, I prefer to use solar panels. RTGs are a good option too, but only on probes. We don't want Chernobylian Kerbals. I don't usually use fuel cells, but small one is good alternative. I agree with that. We don't want any... Well, I mean, if a Kerbal got irradiated, would it would just be more green, wouldn't it? I imagine. They would But would it be a brighter green or a darker green? That's a good question. Okay, so set up a couple maneuvers here. Does this tell me? It does. It should tell me how much delta V this takes. We'll get ourselves in orbit here. 65. Okay. I suppose we could make that a little less. Maybe change our inclination. There we go. Yeah, I completely butchered that maneuver, but we're gonna give this a shot. We're actually doing this for less delta V, this initial maneuver here, which is perfect. The least amount of delta V, the better. And okay, so it's actually gonna take a little bit longer to get that maneuver. It shouldn't be too bad. I mean, I can. We'll get the same orbit, just about. And I can drag it back. It's not going to change very much. There we go. 5 minutes. So we have another burn in 5 minutes, and we're getting like the exact same thing. Although that's going to cost a bit more delta V. That's okay though. I think we can deal with that. That's okay. 34 by 83. That's not at all a good thing. 43 by 75. 45 by 74. Okay. Hold on. We'll fix that. Now that I actually have this maneuver. Okay, there we go. If you're new here, welcome to the stream. We're doing a real-time MUN landing and return. So in other words, we're going to the MUN, landing on it, and coming back, all in real time. And yes, it's very boring. Okay, that shouldn't cost too much more delta V. Quite a bit, but I think we have enough. Change the inclination a little more. $48, $45. I think we can. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Okay. 3 minutes, 4 minutes, just about, till we do a small maneuver here. Those of you still watching, thank you. And also, I'm actually kind of surprised. I don't know what's keeping you here, but I'm very grateful. I just took a quick screenshot of that because I think that's a decent picture. Um, If we wait a little longer, that'll be a good number. There we go. Okay, 2 minutes, just about. It's saying it's a 4-second burn, which for this thing, I think that's pretty accurate. And since it shouldn't take too long, I'm not going to worry about pointing it at the maneuver node until, like, last minute. A minute and a half now until our next burn. And then we'll have about 3 hours. It's going to be a very long time. I imagine the excitement of flying through space would definitely counteract any boredom, in real life at least. Alright, we'll real quick now just point ourselves at the maneuver node. Still generating some power. I still wish I would time warp to stop this little wiggling that it's doing, but I'm not going to. I'll let it wiggle. Okay, we're coming up on our next burn. Go to the map. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, there we go. That's pretty good. That's about the same. I will change this up a little bit though. That looks decent. Okay. That's our next burn set. And I think now we can probably point ourselves prograde. Maybe not quite prograde. Yeah, there we go. Try to get some more power generation. We'll point ourselves exactly 90 degrees on the nav ball. There we go. 0.51, 0.48, 0.99. We can get a little more, I think. .92. It's actually less. Okay, there we go. That should be good. Yeah, there we go. .99. Okay. Got our power generation back up to just about where we wanted it. Do a quick save here. And we're now on our way. Hopefully to finding the Monarch. I'm not quite sure where it is. Look at that orbit we've got going there. Curb and escape. Hmm. Okay, I think now is a good time to take a quick break. Go to the bathroom, get some snacks, as a good Kerbal would. You know. So I think that's what I'll do real quick is take a quick bathroom break, get some stuff. So for now, I think what we'll do, yeah, give ourselves a nice view of Kerbin. Oh, we wait. Okay, and we're back. Probably still have a while to go on our burn here. Yeah, 3 hours. This is definitely the most interesting thing I've done so far. Well, maybe not the most interesting, but the most boring. Question for chat. What is the what's the one place you haven't been yet? Or at least one of them, if there's multiple. I have not been to Elu yet, I don't think. I may have done a flyby, but I don't think I've never been in orbit. And I haven't been in orbit around Drez or Moho. Or a couple of Jules Moons. I still have quite a few places to explore. Although finding the motivation to do so can sometimes be difficult. If you are just now joining us, I'd like to welcome you. We're currently doing a real-time moon landing and return, which is just as bad as it sounds. We are going to the moon, we're going to land on it, and we're going to come back all in real time without the use of time warp, which so far has been a little less than eventful. I may actually pop over and check out my space station. If that's something you guys want to see, just let me know in chat. There's other ways we could kill the time somehow. Maybe hop around the moon with the probe I've already landed on there. That's a possibility as well. Equestrian Space says he hasn't gone to Elu, Moho, and Drez yet. I struggle with finding motivation to go there. Also considering it takes a lot of Delta V, and It's difficult to calculate by hand. Not impossible, not that bad, but you know, it's still calculating by hand. Let's check these panels again. Make sure we're getting a good amount of sunlight. There we go. We are getting a good amount of sunlight. Since we do have time to kill, I suppose maybe we could go take a look at this little probe lander that I've got. Or perhaps even my space station I've got over here, which is a bit laggy, but it's there. Because we've definitely got some time to kill. I think we can actually first check out this little probe I've got over here. Shouldn't be too bad. Just remember 24 seconds on this burn. Let's go check out this little probe. So I landed this little probe a little while ago, a few hours ago. I got bored and just decided to make a little probe lander. It does have science equipment on it. You can barely see it here. We've got a gravioli detector. We've got ourselves a thermometer, a seismic accelerometer, and a barometer. This is a sandbox save though, so there's no use. I just felt like making something. It has two puff engines here, clipped in obviously. And it currently sits right in the middle of one of the big craters, right next to one of my other landing sites. Currently on the mission over here, the Mun 5, we are shooting for somewhere up here, trying to get the Mun Arch, because that's where we're gonna land. I suppose I think I have enough fuel up here. I could probably scout that out. Looks like it's about. Oop. Uh-oh. 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 Oh my god. Okay. I'm not quite sure what just happened. I'm just gonna go ahead and retract these solar panels real quick before they break. And maybe this as well. I don't quite feel like breaking anything. Okay, let's just get you turned back over. Okay, there you go. Alright, calm down. Okay, you're good now. Jeez. Okay, well, north is up that way. That's that way. Stop. What are you doing? Okay, we have some problems here. It's decided to be temperamental. I have SAS on. Why are you misbehaving? Stop misbehaving. Okay. There you go. Alright. Better. That's better. Okay, you're gonna be... Alright, there we go. Okay. So I'm just trying to get my bearings here. Stop. Stop it. Okay. So if we're gonna fly up that way, I do believe we need to go roughly that way. So I think I'll just take off here. With what little fuel I have left, and maybe do a little hop over that direction. See if I can't scout out the area before we land with our other... I'm not going to time warp for this either. That would be kind of cheaty. So we're just going to make our way over there. I'm going the wrong direction. Maybe going that way. No. There we go. Oh boy. I'm not quite sure I'm gonna have enough fuel to do this, actually. We'll see. Let's just, like, pump it up here. Hopefully we don't hit anything. I definitely do not have enough fuel for this, but that's okay. We'll just crash this into the surface. That's fine. There we go. Oh, perfect. Maybe I do have enough, actually. I just want to get into the general area so I can scout out and see what we've got. I may potentially be able to land this. I can probably give it a shot. Oh, but I can't time warp. Damn it. Alright. Well, then we'll just keep going into orbit. That'll be fine. Okay. Nice tight orbit around the planet. Mun. It's not a planet. Although this thing's very nimble. I like that. 22... 7,000. Alright, well that'll be fine. And I'm still not going to time warp. That's a bit cheaty. I don't want to do that. But we'll put everything else out again, if it's not broken. Oops, that's the science. Alright, it's not coming back out. We'll just extend it by hand. That'll be fine. Retract those as well. So now we just have an orbital probe. Okay. Yeah, anti-normal. There we go. I just want to see where our friendly old Monarch is. Which, since we've got time, we got like 9 minutes. I think we'll be okay. I'll switch over here to the space station now. Show you guys that, since we've got the time. I think this took me at least a couple hours, I think. I built it all on the same day. I'm planning on adding more. So far, this is what I've got. It's not manned right now. I took all the crew out, but this is what we have so far. Let's change the camera angle here to the middle. Come on. There we So we've got a refueling section over here. It's got a couple utility service bays with a couple monopropellant tanks each, and batteries, some radiators, a fuel tank, somewhat drained. This is obviously a solar array with a habitation module and a science lab and a couple more habitation modules. This is what controls it right now. In the meantime, while there's no crew, this right here, this whole section from this docking port to this docking port was the core module. It's somewhat modeled after Zarya, not entirely, but that's the first thing I put up. And then I added this, I believe, this and this, with this space tug over here. It's very basic, just a probe core and a couple monopropellant tanks, which I think, yeah, okay. And then I added this whole section, and then this whole section, which that was a massive chore. And actually it's not as laggy as I thought it'd be, but when you're trying to dock something else with it, it's actually pretty laggy. So far I've had, I think, 3 crewed missions to this thing. I had crew in there for like 6 years at one point. I felt kind of bad for them, so I just brought them home, because I did not want to leave them there. And then right about here, we'll switch to this. This is my extreme altitude relay satellite. It's got a couple of these 2G relays here, the 100G relay antenna, and a whole bunch of xenon in this thing. I haven't used it yet, I don't think. Very little. This I have right on the edge of Kerbin's SOI, just for emergency use. I think we can switch back to the... not yet. Then I guess I can show you guys this. Jap 1. I sent this to the Joule system. It entered orbit of Joule. Then I put it in orbit around Lathe, sent it to Val, and now it is currently just making its way. Like, oh, okay, I can cancel, or I can transfer the data, I guess. Might as well. It is now making its way through the system, and in 3 years it'll be back there. It's useless now, there's no fuel, it can't go anywhere. But it was just a bit of a fun thing to do since I hadn't really been to Joule. And that's about everything I've got in this system. We'll switch back here. Here's a question for chat. Have you ever sent anything outside of the Kerbal system, as it's called? As in, you sent something so far out that it was just a straight line going infinitely. I have done that before, and it takes a very long time. Man, we're just cruising past. We'll be there soon enough. Yeah, I want to get to right about there, because that's where we'll see where the Mun Arch is. We still have like 3 hours on the other mission. We're fine. Now I can't revert, though, so that's fine. If anything goes wrong, we'll just, we'll let it happen, or I guess we just won't let it happen. Nothing will go wrong. Oh, thank you. Yeah, in my opinion, it kind of looks like the ISS a little bit. Vaguely, not obviously not, you know, an exact representation, but it vaguely resembles the ISS in my opinion. I've built space stations before. In my opinion, that's my best one so far. I don't ever plan it out. I just kind of wing it as I'm putting together the modules. I'm like, okay, well, we'll put this on there somewhere. I actually had to rearrange one of the solar arrays on there because I had put it on the side of the station and I wasn't quite sure how to move it until I finally just decided to put my tug right in front of it, undock it, move the tug into position, and then dock it back the other way. I think it took me a few hours to construct the whole thing over the span of a couple days, I believe. I don't remember exactly. But I'm pretty happy with it so far. I want to add more to it. I'm just not sure what, because it's already got so many parts on it, and it's going to take a very well, it's going to take quite a bit of time, and it's also going to be very laggy. Although I like the look of this. I wish I'd used it for something else. I guess it can be an orbital. Yeah, it does. It looks kind of like the early ISS configuration. $7,000, $8,000. It's not very circular, but I'm okay with that. We can just, once we get to Apoaps, I guess we can boost up. And I guess this could just serve as a orbital relay, maybe. Not that I'm too worried about it. It's a sandbox save. Nothing really matters all that much. Although I'll admit, I spend a lot of time designing craft, like probes and rockets and stuff like that, and then I'll just scrap it because I'm like, eh. It's a huge waste of time, but it's fun. I can't wait for the update though. New parts, new part skins, that'll be fun. Give me a lot more to do. Okay, 2 minutes. That's fine. I actually had an eclipse earlier when I was messing around. I put something on the launch pad for a really cool picture, and there was an eclipse. Which is actually very rare. It's very rare to get an eclipse directly at the launch pad. Hey, there we go. Finally, I'm using that thing. That doesn't get used very often, but I feel like it's going to get used quite a bit now. And I just realized I don't think I'm actually going to be able to see the Mun Arch if we're close to it. Because we're like 8 kilometers up. I'm not sure what the maximum view distance is for it. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. I imagine it's probably kind of boring, but I guess that's just the price you pay for something like this. Okay, we're coming up on it. I could probably do a quick retrograde burn. Although I don't know if I should. I don't have much fuel left. I'd rather not. We'll just keep going, I guess. It's fine. Let's actually change to free so I can see a little bit better. I am relatively certain that the Monarch is somewhere in this area. I don't remember though. Because I don't usually look for the Easter eggs, honestly. I think I can turn those off. How can I get the most sunlight out of these things? I don't know. Let's just pin that. Okay. Alright, I guess that is the most. Okay. Are we coming up on this crater? Somewhat. I never noticed how much, just how much I take time warp for granted. It's, it's honestly a staple of the game. If you don't have time warp, it's like crazy impossible to really do anything. Okay, we're coming up on the crater now. I'm not sure if we'll see it. I don't think we're coming from the right direction. Because I'm pretty sure it goes like that way. But I'll look for it. Nothing so far. No, I don't see anything. Not that it would have mattered. I probably wouldn't have been able to do anything. Although, I could have probably put this thing. All right. I think. Oh man, that sucks. I could put this thing into a higher orbit and use curb net, and just look for the little question mark. I don't remember where the Monarch is. I've never been there. So I can't really say. If you guys know where it is, could you like maybe let me know, like, hey, day 420, huh? That's nice. I'm pretty sure it goes like this. Right over here somewhere. I don't know though. Oh, alright, we lost contact there. That's fine. Oof. Switch back to this. I don't No, I don't think the command modules have KerbNet, do they? I'm pretty sure they don't. Oops. Okay, we gotta get you... There we go. Back facing the sun. Okay, good. There are two. One is on the northern side of the crater that's below the equator. The other one you've never seen. Yeah, I know there's two. I don't know where they are. That's the only that's the only problem, is I have no idea. I could have sworn one of them was like over here. Unless it's over here. I don't know. I have to wait till it's a little lighter, I think, if we're gonna see it. This doesn't have KerbNet access, does it? No, I didn't think so. And I don't think I can get it with the other Pro. I also have a career mode save that I don't really play it that much, but it's fun, I guess. It's got like all the some of the more realistic settings enabled. So does this. Most of my satellites that I have in that are all to stay Putnik. They're so basic, but for contracts like transmitting science data from Kerbal or the Mun or Minmus or something like that, they're so good. I've been thinking about starting a science save, actually. I've done one of those before. I had one break, actually. It was terrible. I did something. I was messing around with, I think, one of the engines, doing something on the launch pad, and it just broke everything. Like, the ground went all black. I couldn't select anything. It just totally broke it. And I was so mad because I'd invested so much time in that save and done so much. It really made me mad. Here's a question for chat. Do you prefer career mode, science mode, or sandbox mode, and why? I like this little dip we've got going on here. I always like seeing the interesting patterns that come out of the preview. Get a nice little loop-de-loop. I don't have a nice little loop-de-loop on this. Personally, I prefer sandbox mode. I just like to build stuff and send it places and have fun. But I do like career mode. I like the challenge that has. And I like science mode. I think if I had to put it in order, it'd go sandbox, science, and then career. I like all three, but Sandbox obviously just has a more fun aspect to it. Science mode offers a challenge while not, you know, limiting you to having to manage funds and everything. But career mode is a pretty good challenge if you want a realistic kind of gameplay. That's an interesting trajectory. I wish I could see how it was going to end up afterward. I know I did one time send something like all the way on the outskirts and put it in orbit. It had like a 71-year orbit. I actually think I had more than that. It had a very long orbit. Two and a half hours. These guys will be ready to enter orbit in 2.5 hours. Fortunately, though, I think they're going to be in a good enough spot. They won't have to worry too much about maintaining a connection if they need to. Hopefully our relay satellite over here can flip the connection. I hope you guys are enjoying this. It's definitely something different. I've never really done this before. I don't usually stream, actually. I've done a few live streams in the past, but I've never streamed Kerbal Space Program. I upload KSP content every so often. So if you guys want to see more of that, you can go ahead and subscribe. I usually upload... well, I don't have a set schedule, but I usually upload when I get something I like. I actually made a video for landing the probe. It was a really good landing. You prefer science, because getting the science is good motivation to make missions. Sandbox for testing a rocket designs. Yeah, I can see that. That's a good answer. Science is definitely good motivation for keeping going. I've heard that limiting the science to like 75% gains is a better challenge and makes it a little more interesting. I've never tried that. I guess it'd be worth a shot. They still have a view of Kerbal. They do. A decent one. Look at that big ass asteroid impact, meteor impact, crater. It's interesting to see one like that actually filled in by water. Now I'm assuming those of you who are watching, I assume you play on console as well. Career is cool, but at certain points you only get contracts for measuring temperature and stuff on Kerbal. Like a lot of those contracts, it gets boring if you don't have enough funds for another mission. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think on my career mode save I have 2 or 3 active contracts. One of them is the space program contract, just for like exploring something. I have to dock and rendezvous in Mun orbit. I haven't done that yet. Another one is to plant a flag on the Mun, which I have done multiple times. I actually have a couple flags that are just, we were contractually obligated. And then I think the third one I've got... Actually, I already did it. It was to transmit science from Kerbal orbit, which I had a science lab, little mini space station in orbit, and I still have it generating science. I have over 300 science in that save. It just gets kind of boring, especially with all the contracts. A lot of them are so repetitive. But that's why I keep my really primitive Stay Putnik satellites in orbit around everything, because they can just net you some easy science and whatnot. Actually, I figured out if you go to the administration building, one of the one of those things that you can do to get like more science for every however many funds. If you do like really basic contracts, you can get some decent science just by doing that. And then if you want, you can just set it right back and get whatever funds you want. I did that. It was actually pretty decent. So instead of one science for the contract, I got like 4 or 5, which I liked because I really needed science so I could unlock new parts. Which now I'm really excited for this update that's coming up soon. I don't know when it's going to be. I wish they'd tell us the release date. And even the DLC, that's going to be fun. If you're just now joining us, I'd like to welcome you. We're doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, we're going to the Mun right now. We're going to land on it and go back to Kerbin all in real time without the use of time warp. I will admit it's as boring as it sounds, but I guess it's kind of interesting. And those who are staying are the real MVPs. You guys are great. How long have we been going? A couple hours now. I know there's a way to tell. I suppose I could move somebody over to the lander, but I'm not going to yet. They can stay in there. They have plenty of room. I gotta admit, I like this lander design that I went with. It's actually pretty good. I tried it once before. Actually, that's where this flag came from right here. Switch to that real quick. Because I had deleted everything in this save. I terminated all the flags, all the probes, all the everything pretty much. I terminated everything. And actually, it had been a couple, actually more than a couple, a few in-game years since I had actually put any Kerbals on the Mun. So I finally decided, well, let's do that. And now we have this flag, which it's kind of dark right now. You can't really see. It's just a little NASA flag signifying our return to the Mun, which I wish humans would do sometime soon. That'd be great. I like how it's connected to... Oh no, it's not. What's connected there? I don't have anything there, do I? Oh, it's connected to the probe. Okay. It's going through the surface, so it's kind of weird looking. Okay. Oh, I only planted that 23 days ago. GG. In game, obviously. Oh, you're approaching Periaps. So let's actually switch to you and boost you up a little bit as best I can. See if we can't use KerbNet access to find that Mun Arch and set a waypoint for it. Although the only thing I'm worried about is running out of fuel because I have no way to keep it going. If it runs out of fuel, it'll just be stuck. Okay, it's coming up on Periaps now. I have no idea how much fuel I am gonna need to use for this, but we'll just burn it until it runs out. Because why not? It's very dark. There's Kerbal. It'd be great if we could actually see the command module over here. But they're pretty far away. We would not see them. How far away are they actually? I can't really tell. Because I can't see this. They're too far away. We can't see them. Oh. 3 million meters. Okay. They're pretty far away. Do a quick save here. Yeah, if you guys want to see some other stuff in the future, feel free to send me suggestions. I'm always open to doing new things on here, especially because it's sometimes kind of hard for me to figure out what to do. But I'm always willing to try some new stuff. Okay, we're approaching Periaps here. Once we get to Periaps, we'll just do a full throttle burn until we run out of fuel, which will probably be like immediately, but whatever. Because I do want to see where this damn arch is, if I can. Oh, that's how you pin it. Alright. Oh, that's great. I didn't know you could do that. I just assumed that you could do it on console. Alright, there we go. We got ourselves up to about 140,000 kilometers. That's perfect. How far is it going? How long? Half an hour? Okay. Oh. I wish I could tell how long I've been going for. That'd be nice. They have about 2.5 hours until their next node. Stop wiggling. I don't know why you're doing that. There's no reason for it. I'm so tempted to run these fuel cells, but I don't know if I'm gonna need them. I may not actually have needed them, although they might come in handy for the command module later when this thing detaches. I don't know yet. So far so good though. I'm sure they're bored as hell in there. Monescape. 4 hours. Fortunately, we won't be there. We will hopefully be in orbit, waiting to go. What about an advanced Gemini mission like the orbital spy station, circumlunar, or a lunar landing mission with the Gemini capsule? Yeah, I could do that. That's definitely something I could do. Yes, Gemini. Yeah, Gemini's the second generation. And I believe that's in the DLC, which I do plan on getting, so I could definitely do that. I would love to remake a lot of the historic missions myself. I know there's missions included in the DLC to do that, but come on, let's be honest. It's fun to do it yourself and build the craft on your own. Because as it's in stock KSP, like especially the enhanced edition, like I know PC definitely got the bigger parts, like the I think they're 5-meter parts, which makes it possible to recreate the Saturn V. I think that's in the DLC though. I don't remember. As it stands though, in enhanced edition KSP, it's really hard to do that. But I've tried it. I actually made my own version of the SLS. It's not as long range. It's more or less for launching a small low orbit command module up to the station so I can transfer crew. But I'm sure I could probably put one of these on there and it'd probably be fine. I do have an Ares 1. I don't use it that often. That's also kind of hard to make because I actually had to clip 3 solid rocket boosters in together and then add like another dummy segment above that to make it longer. Controls like a brick, but it's okay. I like to recreate craft and missions as best I can. Like this, I think I said earlier that this kind of resembles Apollo CSM, which is why I went with the fuel cells. Obviously the engine's a bit different. I've used the RS-25 before, and that works pretty good. Obviously it's a little bit much, so you have to tone it down a bit. That's usually why I use the Poodle. Hopefully when this update comes out, I will get the DLC like as soon as possible and start making more content with that, like the Saturn V or the Gemini, maybe Mercury missions as well. I've done Mercury before, somewhat. That's another good question. When you make your own craft, do you prefer to base it on historical craft or make it completely something else, something that is not um, potentially able to be built? Like most of my craft that I make are, in my opinion, something that looks like it could be built in real life. Except maybe this lander. I don't know. Okay, you're on that side now. Perfect. I have so much debris. I have so much debris. I try not to leave debris in orbit, but sometimes it just happens. I usually just terminate it. That's actually lock staging, so we can't do anything on accident. I've done that before. I accidentally staged the decoupler here in the middle of a mission. I was on my way, I think, to the Mun. I was on my way to the Mun, and I accidentally decoupled the command module from the rest of the service module, so I ended up having to use the lander that I had to boost myself back to Kerbal. That was fun. I had another Apollo style mission that ran out of fuel mid-transfer. I think it was mid-transfer. Might have been after the transfer burn. It ran out of fuel. Thankfully, I had it on a free return trajectory, so all I had to do was decouple and ride it the rest of the way. And then I also built a very overpowered but very simple rocket out of the 3.5 meter parts with like a whole crap ton of those thud engines. I had like 3 sets of 8. Put it in orbit and then shot it at my space station. I have a video of that. Although I don't really like it that much. It's kind of crappy. I could see Minmus somewhere in the background. Where did I see it? Where's Minmus right now? Up there somewhere. Okay, it's up. It's about huh, it's kind of hard to tell. It's up somewhere. There it is. I can see it just barely. Can I turn? Can I get a view of it? I'll turn this way. Try to see Minmus. You can see it just barely over there in the distance. There it is. That little mint ball of mint ice cream. There it is. I like looking out the window at stuff. It's always cool to see stuff in the distance. Although don't look at the sun. It's a very bad idea. Which I'm just going to do anyway, because why not? That is very bright. I think we might actually get eclipsed by the moon again. I hope not, because that would be kind of dumb, but we might. There we go. That's some good power generation. Can never have too much power. I think this might actually be the longest live stream I've done. And I can't really tell how long I've been doing it for. About 3 hours. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. That's pretty good. No, actually like an hour and a half. Really? No, about 3 hours. I've just noticed. I don't know why it looks like that. I've just noticed. Whenever I have any KSP up here on YouTube, it's always in native, I think, because the edge is not on the edge of the screen. I think that's just the way KSP is, though. It shouldn't be, though. That's weird. Well, I do certainly hope you're enjoying the stream so far. We have about another 2 hours until we're ready to burn again, and I remember it's like 24 seconds, I believe. On our burn time. 24, 25, one of the two. We are getting the maximum amount of power we can get. Fortunately, we haven't run out yet. That's why it pays to have solar panels. I'm actually thinking of clipping those actually inside the lander can. Just for looks. I'd probably assign them to an action group. Well, they are actually assigned to an action group. I just remembered I have them assigned to like 3 or 4. I don't remember. One of the two. If you need to use the bathroom or get yourself another snack or a drink, feel free. You have plenty of time. We have like 2 hours, so not that not in much of a hurry. Although let's check our probe friend over here. See how far along he is. Where are you at? There you are. 12 minutes? Alright. No, I don't think we'll be able to see it right now. I could do Kerbal access though. Change the field of view. Oh, perfect. We'll be able to see everything, just about. Don't really care about the grid. Well, let's refresh every 3.5 seconds. And I guess we could probably just stick with this guy until later, until he's past his Appalats in 11 minutes. And I'm just gonna go ahead and set this as Monarch. Maybe. Oh, okay. It doesn't register the parentheses. So we'll just set it as Monarch. Midlands Twin Craters. That would be right about there. That's where that is, right there. Now, does that change with the rotation? No, I don't think so. Maybe it does. Somewhat. It does a little bit. What if we point you prograde? Okay. Yeah, see there's the twin craters. What have we got up here? Midland craters. Midland craters. Highlands. I believe there's lowlands too. Yep, lowlands. Alright, well, we will, stick with this guy for a little bit. Until he gets to... Let's recenter this if I can. Oh, perfect. So we'll just stick with this until we see something. Hopefully we'll see something. Make a cluster missile. Now that's something different. I think I've tried making missiles before with varied success. I haven't done very well, but I guess I could try it. And if you're just now joining us, welcome. This is not the main part of the stream here. Right now we're just trying to find the Mun Arch, but we are doing a Mun landing and return in real time. Not with this. We have a crew module all the way out here that's waiting. They're going to come here, land, and go back to Kerbal all in real time without the help of Time Warp. It's as painstakingly slow as it sounds, but it's definitely something new. We're currently trying to find the Mun Arch, which is why we're on this weird orbit. How long until we get to Apoap's? 6 minutes. We'll switch over to them real quick. I like how that's flashing yellow and green. Oh, perfect. More sunlight. That's great. I know I'm not the only one who likes to make sure my craft are like straight, like this, with the roll. It bothers me when they're not. I also like to have them lined up like so, with the RCS in line if I have it. I would say we're rapidly approaching our next maneuver. It actually will be within the Mun sphere of influence in 23 minutes. But it's actually going to take a while. We still have 2 hours until our next maneuver. E4 and Equestrian Space. I want to thank you guys. You guys have pretty much been here since the beginning, I think. You've stayed the entire time. And I would like to thank you because I can definitely understand that it's probably incredibly boring. Well, I will admit that it's actually pretty boring, but you know. It's fun in its own way. I will admit that as well. What do we got there? East Farside Crater. We're waiting for the right time. So we can make sure we see this Mun Arch pop up. I'm pretty sure it's over here. I'm like 90% certain that it's like right over here. So it's gonna suck if it's not though. No, those action groups don't work anymore. Why do I have such a low signal? Oh, now it works. Okay. For some reason, it's just decided to work. Alright, nice. That's why I had a low signal. It decided to work. Okay. Can I not use action groups here? Nope, I guess not. Okay. Nope, no more fuel. You were wondering for a while. Oh yeah, Duna. Yeah, with real time. Oh my god. Well, it takes like um somewhere around a year in game, so I imagine it would take a while in real life. That would be interesting though. That's definitely I don't know if I'd ever try it, but that's definitely something to consider. I think if you have the patience to do the Mun in real time, I think you could probably do Duna in real time. But I mean, it would take a while, so I don't know. And if you're just now coming into the stream, welcome. As the title suggests, we are doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, this ship over here is going to the Mun. They're going to land a lander and then return to Kerbin, all in real time without the help of time warp. And I will admit it is as boring as it sounds, but it's interesting in its own way. Currently, we are actually trying to find the Mun Arch because that's where we're going to land. I just don't know where it is. I can see the East Farside Crater. I'm pretty sure the Mun Arch is by the East Farside Crater. I'm relatively certain. I could be wrong, but I am like 90% certain it's right over here. The The big monarch. I know there's. I think you're right. There's two of them. I think there's a big one and then there's a small one. We should be. That's gonna take what? To get over that position, it'll take about 3 minutes. Not too long. The northern side. Okay. The arch, or not the arch, the far side crater. Yeah, the east far side crater. Like right around there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's where it is. Somewhere in that area. But I don't know. I've never been there, so I can't really tell. So that's why we're doing this. Okay, time for another chat question. In your opinion, what do you think is the best aspect of Kerbal Space Program? Of all the things in the game, what do you think is the best aspect? I'm just biding my time, waiting. If it doesn't pop up here, it might be on one of the other craters. It could be down there by the twin craters. I don't know. Like I said, I'm relatively sure it's in this area somewhere. To the north of this crater, somewhere. But, we'll see. I mean, there's so many craters. It could be any one of them. Well, and there we go. We're using the extreme altitude relay satellite again. No, I'm not seeing anything. And I'm pretty this would be spotting it. For sure. Because it's the best probe core. I'm like pretty sure it would be seen. I don't. So unfortunately, I think that's gonna end up being a wasted Delta V that we did on their part. Because I'm not seeing much in terms of any question marks here, and I'm relatively certain that the Monarch pops up as a question mark. So I mean, I guess we can spend the rest of this time until they have, you know, that they have. I mean, they got like 2 hours, so I imagine we can spend that time looking for it. If it's not that crater, I think it could be that crater as well. I know it could be up there. Or even this crater up here. Which I don't think you guys can see. It's probably too dark. The crater on the side of the Mon facing Kerbal up towards the top. That makes it look like the Death Star. Okay. We've reduced the field of view. I mean, it's possible we might be up too high. We might also need to do the orbital survey. I think that's a possibility. I mean, I've decreased this field of view quite a bit. I suppose we can put it down a little. Let's put it at like 60 or so. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything. I don't see anything on here. I don't know. That's weird. It's possible it's at a different crater. It's entirely possible. So, I mean, I think, let me check their orbit. I'll check their orbit real quick. Because if their orbit takes them across that other crater, we might be able to salvage this. Otherwise, we'll just have to land somewhere else, and we won't be able to do the Monarch. But I really want to do the Monarch, because I haven't been there. So let's see. Let's check their orbit. It's gonna be kind of hard for me to see where it's going, but I think I can figure it out. Okay. It doesn't exactly take them across the other crater that I'm talking about. You guys can't really see it. It's incredibly dark, but the big ass crater that makes it look like the Death Star. It kind of takes them across that. I imagine I could probably change it a little bit if I really wanted to. That'll be fine. I think this orbit's gonna be okay. We can adjust it as we need to. Although we should keep in mind that we have limited delta V, so we shouldn't mess around too much with it. They still have an hour and 46 minutes until they get to this maneuver here. And then another 2 hours until they get to that apoapsis up there. From the point we're at now. So it'd be just like another hour after this maneuver. Physical characteristics. Escape velocity is only 807 meters per second. I didn't actually know that. No, I haven't done an orbital survey here. Not surprising. Atmosphere. I don't think there's resources in the atmosphere. Okay, well, I guess we can just go back through the KSpedia real quick. Oh. The sun. Okay. Do you guys call it Kerbal? Like I think that's what the KSB community calls it. It's Kerbal. It's not official, but that's just what the community calls it. Scientists have noted a particular burning sensation and potential loss of vision if it's stared at for long periods of time. Huh. How about Moho? Fiery place with oceans of flowing lava. In reality, however, it's much less interesting. I've never been. Also, isn't it isn't it true that I'm pretty sure Drez has asteroid fields, doesn't it? I could have swore I saw somewhere that it did. Eve, sister planet to Kerbal, yeah. No. Gilly, asteroid, yeah. Smallest natural satellite. Kerbal, of course. Huh? Okay. Oh, every probe core has a different chance to catch an anomaly. I would, oh, well, I would assume that the gold one has like Probodobodine Rove Mate. Oh, okay. I see. Alright, so that makes sense then. So it's entirely possible that it's actually there, and we're just not catching the anomaly on the... Okay, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just reading through this. It's just something to do while we wait. Lathe. I've been to Lathe. I've been to Val. I've been to Tylo. I have not been to Bop or Pole. I have been to Jewel, obviously. I have not been to Elu. I'm still trying to get there at some point. Facilities, yeah. That's a fun thing to do, leveling up all your stuff. I like how the roads get bigger as well. That's nice. Tracking station. The astronaut complex. Flight planning. Unlimited science points. I wish I could have that. I think I do actually. I've upgraded everything pretty much. Launch pad. I like how the level 1 just has like a little bunker. Easter eggs. Space travel. Orbital definitions, direction, and inclination. Yep. I think this is actually really helpful. If anybody hasn't, like, figured out how to do this. Color gradient of the orbit line shows the direction of the rotation. I don't think I've ever actually read through this completely. Yup, the directions in space. Prograde, retrograde, yup. Orbital basics. That's a nice picture right there. I like that. Suborbital, hyperbolic, orbital, yup. Atmosphere. Aircraft. See, I've never really been one for aircrafts. I like rockets. Rockets are my cup of tea. They're kind of, well, they're mostly simple, honestly. They're pretty simple in my opinion. 53 seconds until we get our Mun encounter into the Sphere of Influence. After these Kerbals have been out for like 5 hours. And I'm not entirely sure how long I've been streaming for. Somewhere along that line. 30 seconds. That's kind of trippy to look at, actually. Okay. We're still at it. Not gonna stop until we're done. Okay, there we go. Now we're about to enter orbit in like an hour and a half. We're well on our way. You know, I wonder if anybody else has done anything like this. Done a mission in real time. I imagine some people have done like suborbital hops or something like that in real time. Or a aircraft flight. I'm sure they've done that real time, but like whoa, what happened to my... Why is my heat shield popping through there? That's not good. That doesn't seem good. I don't think my heat shield should be popping through there. That's really bad. Oh well. We'll keep at it. It's fine. And I'll just say again, you guys are the real MVPs. You're still here after, like, almost 3 hours. Yeah, I don't like that. Why is that popping through there? That's not a good thing. That's bothering me quite a bit. Oh my god, it literally shifted. It did shift. That's weird. I've never seen that happen before. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue. Hopefully not. Because there's no coming back from this. We can't scrub the mission. I'm just trying to even out these two panels here. There. Perfect. Let me just real quick make sure we're lined up with this so we can make sure we're straight. Okay, good. That's interesting to know that the rover has a 100% chance to detect um, anomalies. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. It's a rover, but I don't know. I guess it is entirely possible that we are going the right way here. We just got to make sure. If it's not quite the right way, um, the lander has plenty of delta V. I can hop it around if I need to. I'm not that worried. What is the um hmm, what's the riskiest thing you've done in KSP so far? I think the riskiest thing I've done um was bringing back a lander with complete with landing legs and engine and fuel tanks and everything. I brought back a lander. Um, it did have parachutes, I do believe. It was designed to do that, but you know the lander cans aren't that great for re-entry. I did it quite a few times. It's actually pretty efficient. The rocket I built for that, because it was capable of going to the both the Mon and Minus, and landing and coming back on its own without any sort of mothership. It was great. I liked it. I deleted it for some reason. That was in my career mode save. But what is the riskiest thing you've done in KSP? Jeb ran out of fuel in high orbit around Kerbin. He sent a rescue craft but forgot to not fill the seat. Oh my god. I think I've done that before. I actually, I'm pretty sure in my career mode save, I landed Jebediah on the Mun. I actually have a picture. I don't know if I can, I don't think I can show it on here. Um, but I actually have a picture I took. He lost his engine and he lost one of his landing gear. So he was just kind of trapped there for a while. But I took a picture of him standing in front of it smiling. Like the true badass he is. Eventually I did get a rescue mission to him. I think I sent Valentina with a lander can and a Mark II, I think, if I remember. Or no, not a Mark II, a Mark I command pod, if I remember correctly. I know I put a probe core on it, but I don't remember exactly what I did. I also built a life pod out of the 2.5 meter service bay. I put the external command seats inside with some monopropellant thrusters on one of the ends, parachutes and a heat shield, and just sent it through the atmosphere. They all survived. It was great. I've actually I've actually had to push back before. I've had to get Jeb out and push the back of the command module, or not even just, sometimes even the entire rocket, whatever's left. I had to have him push just to get it just below the atmosphere or so that I could slow down and land. It was great. I think that was some of my most creative thinking. I haven't rescued any Kerbals from orbit yet. I actually kind of stay away from doing that because I feel like if I have to rescue someone from orbit, then somebody messed up. Probably me, but I'd rather rescue them from the surface than in orbit. That's all I have to say about that, because at least there's I don't know. It's just better. Although there's no feeling quite like successfully pushing back a spent freaking rocket stage, pushing it back into the atmosphere. I've done that quite a few times. It's pretty easy. You just like get one of them out, put them right behind wherever you need them to push, as close to the center of mass as possible, and then push. And then you get them back in, refill their RCS fuel, take them back out, and repeat. It's fun though. I haven't done it that much. I'll do it. I'll do it this time if I have to. If we run out of fuel and we don't have enough fuel, I'll just get out and push. Well, I also do have like a whole bunch of monopropellant as well. If we do run out of fuel, I could just switch to monopropellant. It'd probably be a hell of a lot less efficient and it would take longer, but it's still there. early in my career mode save, I sent Jeb up in a pretty basic rocket. Um, and then I sent Valentina up in a similar rocket, and then I had them swap. They just switched. And then I sent Jeb back down, and Valentina stayed in that rocket that Jeb had. I don't know why I did that. I just did it. I just felt like they needed to swap. I was like, okay, Jebediah can go home, and Valentina will take his place. One of the dumbest things I've done is forget to extend solar panels. Actually, no. I mean, I've done that, but it's not the dumbest. I um I was testing a rover delivery system. So basically, I took a payload fairing and then put it around a rover. So to test it, I launched it up and sent it around the moon just to test re-entry speeds and see how it did. Well, I forgot to deploy the fairing, and inside the fairing were all my solar panels and everything. I didn't have any RTGs, I didn't have any fuel cells, nothing. So I was trying to get it, I was trying to do a burn, and I was like, why is it not working? And then I saw that I completely forgot to just deploy the fairing. So it was just a total farce. Then I learned to put RTGs. I also have the worst luck with landing. Like landing a command module back on Kerbin. It's no matter how much I aim for land or a daytime landing, I will always land in the water or at night. That's it. Like, it's so stupid. I purposely changed my inclination. I was over the desert. I changed my inclination to make sure I landed over land. Well, I somehow managed to just barely scrape the coastline, and I freaking landed in the water. That made me so mad. The fact that I purposely aimed for land and still hit water. At least it was during the day. That's all I have to say. Oh yeah, and my career mode save, that space station that I've got. Or no, not that space station. Is it? Yeah, it's the space station. I have it researching science, right? Well, it doesn't have enough power to last it through the night side. So it runs out of power for like half the freaking research cycle, and I'm like, come on. So it takes like twice as long to research. It's okay though. It's still netted me like over 300 science, so I'm good with that. I also have a tendency to undershoot my landings, I think. The highlands or grassland, that's before. about an hour and 18 minutes until we get to our next maneuver. Our little probe buddy over here isn't doing too well. Oh, it's showing. Oh, now I can see what my orbit's gonna look like once we're done with this. Pretty high inclination. Huh. Yeah, let's not have that happen. I'd rather not go all the way out there. Then it's like impossible to come back. God, I wish I could time warp. But I said I'd do this without time warp, so I'm doing it without time warp. We haven't had anybody go EVA in a little while. I suppose we could have somebody get out and do an EVA. I don't see why not. I'm sure they'd like to stretch their legs. Let's see. We take Bill out most of the time, so let's take Bob. Take Bob out this time. Okay, Bob, don't wiggle the spacecraft. That's a very bad idea. Let's put him in front of the light. That looks so different when you put the light on it. Oh my god. Okay, here's another question for chat. How do you feel about NASA's SLS, the Space Launch System? What's your opinion? My personal opinion, I'm a bit nostalgic. It reminds me of the Saturn V, and also it's shuttle derived, so I love it. But, you know, I'm kind of biased about it. It's got a lot of controversy. It's supposedly really, really over budget and a whole bunch of other things. But what's your opinion on it? 24 seconds. Gotta remember that. 24 seconds on that burn. If you're just now joining us, we are doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, this craft right here is going to the Mun, they're going to land, and they're going to go back to Kerbal, all in real time without the assistance of Time Warp. It's very boring, but we're getting through it. C4, what have you missed? Not a whole lot, actually. We spent some time looking for the Mun Arch on the probe that I've got over here. We couldn't actually find it. It didn't pop up on KerbNet. But we're holding out hope. Relatively certain that the Mun Arch is in the location that we think it is. But we'll see. No, we still have a while to go till we get to our Perry apps. Or Apple apps, I mean. Check this. Yeah, see, nothing's popped up yet, but we'll wait. We're still kind of far from where we want to be. So we'll head back to our module here. Just checking in on the stream. Yep, we're still here. We're still going. New chat question though. What's your opinion on NASA's SLS, the Space Launch System? Equestrian says he thinks it's not that good of an idea, but it's something they have to justify why they exist. So he hopes the SLS could in some way achieve what the STS could not. I agree with that. I think as much controversy as the SLS has, I think NASA definitely needs to prove itself. They haven't, you know, I mean, it's been about 6 years, just about. No, yeah, almost 6 years, 7 years, 8 years since the United States has launched astronauts on an American-made spacecraft. No, I will admit I'm glad they're trying to reuse parts from the space shuttle. Obviously the space shuttle was also shrouded in controversy, mainly the fact that it was actually more expensive to refurbish it than it was to just build a new one. But it's still iconic and everybody still loves it. I know, I want to say it's 2020, maybe 2025, somewhere between that time period. The SLS will be launching Exploration Mission 1, which I believe is an unmanned mission around the moon to test Orion's capabilities, gather data, whatever else. I think the SLS is NASA's best chance at proving that they're still a relevant player in the aerospace field. Because so far it's all been SpaceX and Blue Origin and whoever else. And I think it's sad because NASA's just a shell of what it used to be. Okay, we'll check back in with the probe once it gets back around to here. So. I would take Jeb out for EVA, but he's the pilot. He kind of has to make sure it doesn't go anywhere. Then again, it shouldn't go anywhere as long as it... I guess we could risk it. I don't know. We'll take Jeb out. We'll let Jeb stretch his legs. It should be okay. There you go, Jeb. Stretch your legs, my guy. There we go. Jeb the badass. You may end up having to push if we don't do this correctly. I gotta admit though, I really do like this lander design. It's really nice. I don't want to toot my own horn, but I think I did a good job. It's only got room for one person, but that's alright. Only one person really has to go. And that's the scientist. Because why would you send a pilot down to the surface of the moon? I don't know. And if you're just joining us, welcome to the stream, first off. We are doing a real-time Mun landing and return. So in other words, we're going to the Mun, we're going to land, and we're going to go back to Kerbal, all in real time without the help of Time Warp. It's just as boring as it sounds, but it's something to do. Oh, okay. Our heat shield popped back into place.